monyoye jangaro jugudo iye alatano ati ye kena ya muri jelila jangaro ko ni la jine kono imalo ni kumado sila yada ngodono ko musukole noye dulu ko basitilu barambo alala masayani sanuma la jine jeli kemi bilada balankarido kawadi Maroko jamanado niko jeli kedo loni mikorola masala sababu le wolu bekela beyedu wuke kuyatenye yo mabade male koni kanala lasana kuyatedo kanadia nyabari kabila jonye amana kadula nangama lasana kuyate akamosa ya silaleka duya kono akuke badinya le farama duyaro nyedo wuke kuyatenye nyabari kabila jonye kutuni bisera mududu musumansa asetu kuyatenu kanadia akuke badinya le farama duyaro anye duwa wuke asetu kuyateye ala masorale sijana nyabari kabila jonye segudini ala ladene iyo kuyate do nyarana akuke badinya le farama duyaro nye duwa wuke nkoro kenye nye kuma kelefola kose islamiki yendunu nyakono jakura nale jila mamaduma uyakura le jila bi moduma lolo mono tenyoma fona nyongo mara yasuru manimbe kesarakadi nyinjulu sababula usima nyinjulu sarakabo maliye jelilu manyini kadu yoro nimbe ko mori jelidi sarakabo dakaro gawulo lumanyini kadu yoro nimbe ko mori jelidi sarakabo la jine jelilu manyini kaba.
The ideas for which our struggle is based should be the foundation upon which all of us strive. We have come a long way. The country of Liberia, for which we all have come, we have struggled. We have brothers and sisters staying in refugee camps. We have, within our own country, Liberia, people are staying in refugee camps. There are still people in Nima County, for where I was born, stay not allowed to go to places that they found for bread. There are still people struggling to take back the land that our great-great-grandfather left for them. Focus on building institutions that will unify, that will take those ills that created those problems for our people. I'm calling upon all of you, delegates, members of the audience, to have that frame mind, to focus on that institution building process so we can bring about some change in our own country. Now, I'd like to go and call members of the board to please come up here. I'm doing this purposely to reflect on and confirm all of Felmausa appointment sent by the president to us without the participation of these guys. Felmausa is what it is today because of these guys. These are the guys that have stood with me to bring about this sound leadership that we will have and we have had in Felmausa today. So we decided we don't take credit because we did not do any work. Without these guys, we would not have done a single thing. So we want to use this time to provide some token of appreciation to these brothers and sisters with your blessing. All right, we take it back. These brothers, we do have a sister here, by the way. All right. So I'd like to take this opportunity to provide to these brothers certificate of appreciation for a very hard work, where they will hang to the various states for their participation. Where's Mr. Siddiqui Sako from Illinois, the president? Well, he's not here. He's a very hard-working fellow that just joined our crew. He just got elected. Thank you, Mr. Siddiqui Sako. What the fellow from Illinois? They're not here yet. All right, we'll keep that. All right, now, everyone knows the participation of the webmaster in this particular arrangement. Mr. Siddiqui Tawale has worked assiduously. Without the participation of Mr. Siddiqui Tawale in providing this forum for all of our images to be exposed to the world, would not be where we are today. So we have decided to give Mr. Siddiqui Tawale this certificate of appreciation. We also have Mr. Aliyo Jabate, who is also another coordinator on the website. Without his technical contribution to the website, we would not have been where we are today. So Mr. Jabate is not here. He's also awarded this certificate of appreciation. We have Mr. Salia Kamara of Texas. Where is he? Mr. Salia Kamara is not here, but we'll give it to the Texas representative to provide that to him. He's been an integral part of our discussion on the board. He's a guy who has taken me to tax so many times. But just to also appreciate him, we'll give it to the Texas, the head of delegation. All right. Please convey to Mr. Kamara that we are very appreciative of his contribution to this organization. Mr. Abdullah Kosia. This fellow out here is a guy who also has shaped the dialogue and the discussion on the board. On behalf of the entire organization and this unique board, we'd like to present this certificate of appreciation. And now I forgot to read it. It says the certificate of excellence is hereby granted to Abdullah Kosia, Texas President, for your contribution and commitment to the upliftment of the Mandingo community. And the quote is there, which we don't have anybody who wrote it. It says, real leaders are ordinary people with extraordinary determination. Thank you very much and congratulations. We would like to also give the certificate of excellence to Mr. Abraham A.S. Billete. He actually was elected Secretary General of the board. Mr. Billete is here. He's from the Washington, D.C. metro area. So we'll give it to the head of delegation from the Washington, D.C. metro area. We have Mr. Kalifala Donzo, metro area president, the Washington, D.C. area. This is for your contribution and commitment to the upliftment of the Mandingo community, Mr. Donzo. Thank you very much. We have Mr. Kalifala Billete, metro area as well. These people from Washington are not easy. You should listen to the Washington people. I would like to also give this to Mr. Billete for his contribution to our dialogue. We have Mr. Seko Fofana of New Jersey. Now, have you seen Obama? Now, this is one guy, this is another bright star in our midst. Mr. Fofana has directed all of our attention to being excellent on the board. Mr. Fofana, congratulations. He's not here now. He will be taken by the delegation here. Mr. Mohammed Billete, President, Pennsylvania Mandingo Association. Now that guy is he's one of the Aborigine. He's one of the founding father of the organization. We'd like to find somebody to please take it on behalf. We have the co-chairman here, who's from Pennsylvania, is going to take it on behalf of Mr. Billete. Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Abu Sila. Well, now you tell me that A.B. Krumah can dominate discussion in the hands of this guy. Mr. Sila has been an integral part, has changed the dialogue on our board, and without him, my discussion would be very mute. Mr. Sila, thank you very much for your contribution. We do have Mr. Frank Sano. This is the vice chairman of the board. This is like the doyen And the guy who set the pay, he's sitting in the background, he doesn't say anything, but at the end of the day, he will chat the affairs of everything that happened. So, Mr. Sando, we are very, very pleased of your contribution and your leadership. Mr. Famo Kenneth from New York City, where is he? Now, that's a new guy who is very tough, more than the old folks we had. Where is he? Mr. Conan, Mr. Famo Conan. All right, we'll give it to Mr. Lai Salim of New York as well. Where is he?
Right here.
Well, yeah, it's another new guy who's tough, who wants the chairman to resign. We have Musa Sherry of Illinois. Where is he? Musa is not here. Another tough guy who wanted me to go and beg the committee that I set up. That's how tough the guys are on the board. I would like to also give this to Musa. You will take this one?
No, I get it. I get it.
You got it for him, okay. We have Musa Kamara of Minnesota. Now, tell me, guys. This guy. All right, I'm not going to go far. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Kamara. We have Sheikh Swarid of Minnesota. Where's Sheikh? Oh, Sheikh. Yeah, another quiet guy who actually you can hear only once in a while. He gave his comment and he shut up the rest of the night. We have Alpha Chroma, Wisconsin. Another guy who will bring us to our Madingoism, he calls. Every time we speak in English, he goes, okay, I tomorrow. And Anna Katnole, then he bring everybody back to speak Madingo. And he's another guy who actually has brought us back to our root all the time. Because every time we got heated argument, he stopped. He said, okay, I pay tomorrow. Everybody's quiet and then he goes. But he's a very big integral part of our situation. He's not here yet. Abdullah Douglas. Oh Lord, you tell me that I can dominate discussion on the board. Abdullah Douglas was the first person who called for the president resignation. That's how bad and big this guy is. And you know what? He's a very fair guy. And I'm grateful to have him on the board. We have Mr. Mohammed Kamar of North Dakota. What's Kamar? Back there? I'm so sorry. All right, second. Well, this is the newest kid on the block. He's just joining us, and we are very pleased to actually have him in our midst. A very articulate guy. I've had several conversations with him. Welcome, sir. Mr. Lusuni Kamara. Where's Mr. Lusuni Kamara? Well, we gotta hurry up with this program here. Musa Keta of Arizona, where is he? Musa Keta of Arizona, he's not here? No. All right, we'll keep Mr. Martin. Musa Fufana. What's Musa Fufana? Of Atlanta. Thank you very much, sir. Mohammed Fufana of New Jersey, where is he? Thank you very much. Now, this is our small man in iron jacket, though, man. This guy will put you to your heat in a heartbeat. Thank you. Mr. Lai Touré is the signature of our Constitution. We'd like to present this for all of your commitment to Felmausa. Well, you know, what we'll do, we milk the rest of the thing to the rest of the guy who's not gotten because we've cut off most of our time. But gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like you to understand that without the participation of these folks out here, the board that has been called the dead board would not have written the policy that you have for the website, the policy for the financial committee, the policy for the conflict resolution, and all of the conflict that resolved from Minnesota to Milwaukee to New York. Oh, yeah.
Honorable Mamiata Jabate Salif. By the way, she's the beautiful wife of our Education Committee Chairman and current candidate for Board Chairman, Mr. Famian Salif.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I am very pleased to introduce our guest speaker finally for this 2009 convention. We have been trying to have almost 2 trials to have somebody to come and speak to us. We contacted the Liberian Embassy in Washington, D.C., and we tried to talk to the ambassador to come speak to us. But because of official obligation, he was not able to come. We have made several attempts. And now we got Councilor Oni, who will be our guest speaker today. But I am saying this because I see Felmausa as a breeding ground where we can recruit qualified Mandingo people so that when there is a need, they should be prepared to serve. However, we are on the way and we're going to succeed. Ladies and gentlemen, members of the Mandingo community, our dynamic president, my darling husband, who is a candidate for the board, our imam, our host, State President Musa Kamara. I am pleased to introduce our guest speaker today, Councilor James O'Neill. Councilor O'Neill is a senior partner at the national law firm at the Fredgard and Benson headquarters in Minneapolis. He is the head of the general litigation group of that firm, a nationally recognized team of more than 50 lawyers who practice in the area of product liability and environmental law. Jim, as is affectionately called, has been a trial lawyer for more than 30 years. He is a fellow of the American College of Trial Lawyers, and he frequently serves as the head counsel for Fortune 500 companies in litigation all over the United States of America. He has been involved in the last 3 years in the management of the Diaspora Project for the Liberian Truth and Reconciliation Committee, working through the advocacy of the human rights. He has volunteered his time to serve on the committee that manages the Diaspora Project to take statements of Liberian victims of the conflict in St. Paul in June 2008, and to contribute to the Advocate Project on the Diaspora Project that has been recently published. He has traveled twice in Liberia, including 2 weeks ago when he appeared at the Truth and Reconciliation Conference that was held in Virginia, Monrovia. Ladies and gentlemen, with time being fast spent, I am pleased to present to you my fellow lawyer, because I'm a lawyer as well, Councilor James O'Neill, who is going to speak to us today.
Thank you very much. Please be seated. I'm really appreciative of the honor of speaking to you today, and I thank you and the leaders of your organization for that. I guess I should thank Ambassador Barnes for backing out at the last minute, too. But I am here to speak to you about my experience in the truth, reconciliation, and justice movement in Liberia. And I add justice to truth and reconciliation because I think one of the lessons that all of us learned as we worked through this process is that without justice, there can be no real reconciliation and no real respect for truth. For the last 3 years, as the introduction said, I have worked with the Advocates for Human Rights. I have worked with my friend Ahmed Sirleaf here. I have worked with the Truth and Reconciliation Commission in Liberia, which issued its final report, and its statutory mandate ended just a few days ago on June 30th, 2009. I thought I would talk some today about that process. There are a number of misconceptions that we find to exist in the Liberian community about the Truth and Reconciliation process, and I'd like to talk about some of those. I know that your theme of this conference is education, and that's a wonderful theme. I'm not an expert in it, I have to admit. But I do think that education is intimately linked to the Truth and Reconciliation process for a couple of reasons. One, it is a recommendation of the Liberian Truth and Reconciliation Commission, as it is a recommendation of the Advocates for Human Rights in their report, that education for Liberian youth is a critical component, and I should say youth both in the diaspora as well as in Liberia itself, is a critical component in the rebuilding of the country and the strengthening of Liberians everywhere in the world. And this organization is obviously doing some great work to further that. In another sense, education is critical. And here's a girl that would be one of those we want to educate. Because Liberians as a whole, Americans as a whole, the world as a whole, need to be educated about what happened in Liberia over the 20 years of its civil conflict, what happened in Liberia over the 200 years that a society developed based on historical underpinnings which really did oppress the indigenous people and ultimately resulted in a horrific civil war over many years. There needs to be education about those things. I don't know how many of you have had this experience. Many Liberians have told this to me, that they come to the United States and they feel there's been this special relationship. Liberians remain remarkably, under the circumstances, gracious toward the United States of America, feeling that there is a closeness between the countries, as indeed I feel. But they find that Americans don't have any idea about it. Think you're talking about Libya when you're talking about Liberia. And that is something that education can address, because when asked why I have spent 3 years volunteering my time to help out with the Truth and Reconciliation process in Liberia, I have kind of a regular statement that I make, and I see that it was quoted on your website. It is that when you look at the history of America's relationship with Liberia, you look at the slave trade, you look at the return of the freed slaves to America and the resulting culture that arose, which largely copied what they had learned from our country. When you look at the concessions granted American businesses, when you look at the failure of America to help save the infrastructure of Liberia and hundreds of thousands of lives at a time when they could have done it, and the Undersecretary of State for African Affairs acknowledged this fact and apologized in a public hearing that we sponsored here in St. Paul in June of last year. When you look at all of those things, it becomes clear that if America owes a debt to anybody, we owe Liberia. And that has led me to believe that it's important enough for me to have spent a fair amount of time over the last 3 years volunteering to try and help the reconciliation process in your country. Let me talk a little bit about the TRC, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, which has just ended its work. While the TRC is well known, there are many misconceptions about it and about our work that we've done through the Advocates for Human Rights. The TRC was formed by the agreement in Accra. It was implemented by the law of Liberia and the President of Liberia. There were 9 commissioners of the TRC who were vetted by an independent commission and by the government of Liberia for independence, for a history of devotion to human rights and the cause of reconciliation, and for being free of the taint of having been involved with one faction or another committing human rights violations through the course of the war. I know each of those commissioners now. I've worked with them for 3 years, some better than others. I can tell you they are good people and they were devoted to the cause. They took 3 years of their life and spent 100% of their time when they could have been pursuing their own interests, working for the people of Liberia, trying to further the mandate of the TRC. And that mandate included investigating the root causes of the conflict, ascertaining what human rights violations occurred through the course of the conflict so that there could be a historical record, so that your brothers and sisters and mothers and fathers who suffered and were killed in this conflict, who suffered human rights violations, would not be forgotten in history, but would be remembered through the TRC report and the implementations of the recommendations they would make. Their mandate included looking out for vulnerable populations, children, women, the elderly, who were particularly targeted in the horrible years of war. The recommendations included making recommendations for the prosecution of leaders of warring factions and violators of international human rights law and standards. And just about every faction, every tribe, every group, and you need to face this, everyone that was involved was guilty in some form or other of human rights violations during the course of this conflict. I got to know the commissioners. They were good people. In attempting to further their mandate, they did a number of things that other Truth and Reconciliation Commissions have done. There have been about 30 Truth and Reconciliation Commissions. They took statements, they had an investigative staff that investigated massacres, economic crimes, a number of things that happened during the war. They held public hearings throughout Liberia, and they used all of the information that they gathered in that fashion to put together a report. Here it is. It's available now. It came out just last week. It is available on the website of the TRC of Liberia, trcofliberia.org. Any of us can download it from the website and take a look at it, and I encourage you to do that. As I'll mention, the Advocates for Human Rights has a report which is an appendix to this one, but also a standalone document, and that is publicly available on the website for the Advocates for Human Rights, which is, tell me if I get this wrong, but ADV for advocates, advhumanrights.org. And our report, which I helped work on, is available there. Now, the TRC did those things, which is common to Truth and Reconciliation Commissions that have existed in conflict countries. It also decided they had to do something that no Truth and Reconciliation Commission has ever done. They decided to reach out to the Liberian diaspora, to you who live in the United States, in Ghana, and the sub-region. And what they did in order to accomplish this was enter into an understanding with the Advocates for Human Rights, a human rights organization that Ahmed works for that's here in Minneapolis, that has been serving Liberians and representing them in asylum hearings and other things for many years. They reached out to them and asked them to coordinate it. Now, here's a misconception I want to clear up. It should have gone to a Liberian organization. That is not true. Not 1 cent of funding went from Liberia or anyone in Liberia to the Advocates for Human Rights in order to do this. Why did they go to a non-Liberian organization to do the diaspora outreach program? 3 reasons, really. One is that there was no Liberian group available in the United States with the resources required to do a major undertaking of this sort. It wasn't so much the funding, though there was a certain amount of funding that advocates had to raise from American donors, as it was the access to law firms around the United States, as well as court reporters, psychologists, and other professionals, who in the course of 3 years donated an estimated about $10 million worth of free time in order to take the statements, manage the project, do the public hearing, and create the report. In addition, advocates had a long history with the Liberian community, a deep knowledge of human rights law, and had an objectivity. One of the things I'm going to be talking about at the end of this talk is the deep divisions within the Liberian community. They are understandable given the history and what has happened, and yet they need to be overcome if Liberia is to move forward. At this point, the TRC decided that if they appointed a group that was consisting of Liberians to manage this project, there would be a feeling that they had an axe to grind, as we say in America, that they were not objective in coming to the recommendations that they did. So for all of those reasons, the TRC contracted with the Advocates for Human Rights to manage this process of reaching out to the diaspora and giving the diaspora a voice in the TRC process. Now, that does not mean that this process was not supervised by Liberians. It was. We had a National Liberian Advisory Committee consisting of prominent Liberians from all the communities all over the countries that advised us as we went along and assisted us with public outreach, getting the message across, giving us advice on how to structure our approaches to the Liberian community. We also worked under the direct supervision of the commissioners of the TRC, in particular Chairman Jerome Verdier and Massa Washington, the commissioner who was appointed to be the liaison for the diaspora project. So it was a Liberian project, even though those of us on the ground doing the actual work for the most part were non-Liberians. We took statements, we trained volunteers. Ultimately, we were able to get more than 1,600 statements from Liberians who were victimized during the course of the conflict. The majority of those were from the refugee camp Budaburum in Ghana. We took 3, I believe, trips, sending teams to Budaburum, taking statements. People were lined up to give statements about what happened to them during the war. We took approximately 250 or so statements from many different communities in the United States and in London. We wanted to take more. Looking back, we believe that a lot of people in the Liberian community in the United States were worried about immigration impact and how the statements would be used and what the legal implications would be in the United States. So we did not get as many statements as we wanted in the United States and the United Kingdom, but we believe that we got a very fair cross-section of the communities. We also supplemented that by talking to our advisory committee and experts around the country. So we also, as I said, conducted a public hearing in St. Paul here at Hamlin University in June of 2008. At that public hearing, witnesses from 10 different states in the United States came and testified about their experiences in the war and in the diaspora. You know, a lot of folks back home in Liberia think that once you come to the United States, it's the land of milk and honey, and you're all wealthy and you're all able to care for the people back home. It puts a lot of pressure on the Liberians in the diaspora, and we wanted to give a voice to that, to tell the people in Liberia that's not the way it is. There are many problems continuing here in the Liberians in this country as a result of the war, the conflict, being displaced and being forced to live in a place that is not their home originally. So we believe our report reflects that, reflects many of the recommendations that came from the diaspora that we learned during the course of our work. I mentioned there are a lot of misconceptions about the TRC. One of the misconceptions is that the commissioners are divided and are fighting amongst themselves. The Liberian media sort of enjoyed playing that up. The fact is, as I say, while there were some personal divisions among the commissioners, there was no division as to the ultimate messages that they wanted to send. There was no division as to their dedication to Liberia and to the cause of reconciliation. There was no division as to the principal recommendations in the report. Another misconception about this whole thing, we were told frequently that while the people in the United States favor prosecution of the major offenders, the people in Liberia don't, and we sort of came to notice that the people who were telling us that were often people who had some personal reason to worry about there being prosecutions of major perpetrators in Liberia. We found, and in our trips to Liberia it confirmed, that in Liberia, as in the diaspora, while there were some dissenters, and there is certainly a recognition not everybody who was involved in violence was involved in things that might under normal circumstances be called crimes. Not everybody could be prosecuted or ever would be. There was a general recognition in Liberia as well as the United States that the high-level perpetrators need to be prosecuted if there is to be a real feeling of justice and accountability, and if impunity is to no longer be the rule of the day in Liberia. Its reports and the TRC report, which recommends an extraordinary criminal tribunal to do the prosecutions in Liberia. It was also, interestingly, the recommendation at the conference that my introducer mentioned. Ahmed and I just got back from Liberia. We were there 2 weeks ago. The TRC, as part of its conference at the Unity Conference Center in Virginia, people from all over the country came to that. There were working groups on the major issues of the day. Those working groups presented recommendations to the body of delegates, which is on the TRC website now as part of its report. In that document, they made recommendations on a number of things, such things as changing the seal of Liberia so that it did not overestimate or overstress the Americo-Liberian experience, instituting prosecutions of major offenders, all the major recommendations that obviously need to be made with respect to healthcare, education, and preventing corruption and discrimination in the country. When you look at the overwhelming, they may seem obvious. Of course we need healthcare, of course we need education. But all of these things are needed as a holistic response to the situation that the country is in after the many years of civil war in the country. I am happy to tell you, as someone who just came back from Monrovia, progress is being made. I was in Monrovia in February of 2007. And I was there 2 weeks ago, and there were many, many differences. I was amazed flying into Roberts Field how much work had been done to renovate and improve the airport. I was amazed that driving into Monroe repaired, and there were street lights, of all things, much of the way into the city. Perhaps most of all, when I was there in 2007, the country, just walking the streets, which I was advised at the time I shouldn't do, the feelings on the streets, people were lost. People were living in horrible poverty, were wandering the streets with no apparent goal, and there was a general feeling of traumatization throughout the country. Now, I'm not going to tell you that's no longer true. You know it. It is still true. People are still living in tremendous poverty. People are still wandering the streets. There's still tremendously high unemployment. But there's just a feeling that's different, a feeling that people are getting on with their business, getting on with their lives. You see more stores opening up. You see more business available. Now, there are still tremendous needs for plumbing and running water, needs for garbage disposal, all kinds of needs. But in about 2 years, a little more than 2 years, there was enough progress that it really felt like a different place to me. And that is tremendously encouraging in the scheme of things when you look at the difficulties that arose from that horrible war. This is America's Independence Day, and while I've told you my thoughts on how America has failed Liberia, nevertheless, there is a special relationship. And I think this day, July 4th, is as good a day as any for Liberians in the diaspora to rededicate themselves to the rebuilding of Liberia, the ending of divisions, whether by tribe, by county, by personal greed, and the reestablishment of a Liberia that once again can be a leading light in all of Africa. I want to finish my talk by focusing on one of the recommendations in both the Advocates Report and the TRC report, and some of you may not like some of this. That recommendations relates to the need for unity in the Liberian community in the diaspora. The diaspora has been hugely important and remains hugely important. Partly because it's huge, because so many Liberians were forced to flee the country during the years of conflict. But we found, as we tried to work with Liberian communities in the diaspora, you folks can't stop fighting with each other. Ahmed pointed out at this country who claimed to be presidents of ULA, the Union of Liberian Associations of America. We found a significant skepticism, a significant amount of infighting among Liberian diaspora communities with respect to cooperating with the TRC and the and who would lead the organization and what organizations could work together. That is something you need to think about, with all due respect, if you want to lead Liberia and have the diaspora be a positive force for leading Liberia forward. Now, one of the aspects of that relates to tribalism and how that became such a divisive force in Liberia. And I say that recognizing I'm here speaking to an association of Liberian Mandingos. Now, everything that was said earlier today about the Mandingo forefathers is absolutely true and important. And human beings need to take pride in their ancestors. And you have the history of Mali and the leadership in Africa that you can and should remain very proud of. But with all due respect, you need to figure out how to balance that pride with inclusiveness and working with your brothers and sisters in the Liberian community. I looked at this enough. I know, man, to the country, Mandingos were singled out for persecution by Charles Taylor and the MPFL. But with respect, Guillos and Manos were persecuted by Samuel Doe. And Krans were persecuted by Charles Taylor. And Basas and Peles, the two largest tribes in this country, were persecuted by everybody. So, you asked me to come out here on my holiday on Saturday. I'm going to tell you what I'm thinking. You need to figure out a way to be proud Mandingos, proud of your heritage, but not to be fighting with each other and not to be fighting with your brothers and sisters in other tribes. And if and only if you can do that, then Liberia will once again be that shining star represented on your flag. Thank you very much.
Of our mentality of victimization, we always say we are victims. Yes, some way, somehow, we also, it's about time that we throw those things that are holding us behind and let's move forward. Let's see our guest speaker. Thank you so much, sir. That was a masterpiece, if I may call it that. Thank you. And guess what? He knows so much about Liberia. I'm ashamed of my limited knowledge of history of Liberia. I'm going to start reading as of now. Thank you so much. At this juncture, I'm going to call on our imam, our teacher. You know, I've always gone to Masjid I don't know. And we've got really brilliant people helping us out there. Imam Dukley, for example, mosque. And sometimes driving back home, I tell my wife, if only I had the courage, sometimes, you know, see us talking loud. I want to invite some of these people to my own house to talk to me so that I can find a better way, because nobody is perfect. I told my president last night, anytime any of you in this audience call me and say, Dudu, you are not perfect, he's not perfect, the imam is not perfect. So when I go to the mosque on Fridays, I listen to Imam Erami. I imagine myself again in the classroom and learning and appreciating the value of a true master teacher. On that note, I will call on our Imam to give us some of that speech. Thank you so very
much. Thank you. I greet you in peace. Assalamu alaikum. To our president and the chairman and honorable imam and our guests, and I too was fired up by his presentation, James O'Neill, and I appreciate his comments. First of all, I want to again extend greetings on behalf of not only myself but also the Honorable Keith Ellison, who couldn't be with us. He is a strong advocate, as you know, for justice, reconciliation, and peace, as well as people, human beings coming together, working for a better life together. He's a strong advocate for that, and I know that you have his support. And inshallah, God willing, that is, that he will be with us soon to give his support as much as he can to our cause here. Just a few different comments I wanted to make. I agree with many things that I said. It's very commendable that you're coming together, working for the cause, trying to further the cause of the Mandingo Association and the people of Liberia. But also I want to say that others share in your struggle. Others share, you are not alone, and you're very elusive within the Muslim community, not just in the Mandingo Association, you know, but also I would say upon the larger Muslim community and human community. But I remind you, as I leave you, I remind you that God calls us to cooperate with one another, upon good works, righteousness, and God consciousness. So if we keep our works and our efforts and deeds along a good line, in line with what God would want for us, and we keep God first in our efforts, He will bless our cause. And I believe that this effort will grow, it will gain support, and it will bring about the results that you desire because God is with us. So I wanted to give you this message. I want you. Assalamu alaikum.
2 years, 3 conventions. What a change. What a change. Thank you, Imam. At this juncture, we'll call on, is Mr. Mamadi Sise here? Mr. Mamadi Sise? We are almost at the end of this program. We'll have a panel discussion that will last at least 30 minutes. You guys got to sit back, relax, get educated by our honorable panelists, reflect, and be made whole. Be made whole. All right. We just again want to announce that we were proud to have our Imam here. Because of other family obligations, he's got to be leaving us. On behalf of Felmausa, we want to say, Imam El Amin, thank you so much for coming, and we'll see you on Friday. Our guest speaker is also taking leave of us. Thank you so much. We appreciate it, and we will take note of everything you said, and we'll work towards your recommendations. Thank you, sir. Mr. Mamadi Sise is the next on the agenda. Where is our Vice President for Operations?
He's coming. Mr. Momo Sekou Dudu.
What's my last name like that, man?
You know the name Dudu here in the United States, for every time you call it, people say, what? Dudu? But anyway, we have decided that in order to encourage the involvement of our brothers and sisters, and in order for us to recognize what other people have done to bring us where we are today, we instituted what we want to refer to as the Mandingo Excellence Award. And this is intended not just for this year, but for it to be the first ever award to be given to an outstanding member in our community who have gone far and beyond their own reach to make the community what it is today. Because to volunteer your time and your service and your expertise for free without being paid in the interest of your community requires that the community pays you back. Not financially, but at least by recognizing that you have done something for it. So today, we have decided to issue the Mandingo Excellence Award to Mr. Sidiki Traore, for the excellent job he has done to portray our image. Because image in everything we do is very, very important. What people say might go away through the other years, but what you see will stay with you for a very long time. And what Sidiki has done for the Mandingo community and for Felmausa is that he has created an image that has stuck with everybody around the globe. You go to Liberia, you go to Europe. We have a brother here from Italy who say he's an internet geek. And Felmausa has been almost like his main internet page. And I know for many of us in here, when we come from work, before we go to work, we want to go up on Felmausa to see what's going on. And even in Monrovia, people go on Felmausa, and that will be the topic for the day. So we believe that Mr. Siddiqui Traoré deserves this reward or this award because of everything he has done. He's not here today, so we have decided to put his certificate in a special envelope for a special delivery to him in Philadelphia. And to also call on everybody in here that what Siddiqui is doing for our community, we can do the same in our own little way. We don't have to sit and say that Mamadi did not do it, so I'm not going to do it. We don't have to look up to what other people are doing. I think we all have to play our part. Because if we don't, we have a community that is never going to go forward. But where we are today, Siddiqui should be credited for everything that is happening here. I hear so many complaints. I sent my photo to Siddiqui, he didn't put it up on the website. But what we fail to know is Siddiqui, with everything he's doing, he has a family, he has a wife, he got to pay his bill at the end of the month. But yet still, Felmausa website today has become one of the most viewed websites in the entire United States. So again, I want to say thank you to Mr. Siddiqui Traoré. He's not here, but please convey to him or Mr. Belete, the president for Philadelphia, for having such a wonderful and very strong member of your community. I don't know if you want to give an acceptance on Siddiqui's behalf, we will surely welcome that. Mr. Belete?
We are honored to have been recognized among the many states in Felmausa to be awarded this certificate. Siddiqui's contribution in Felmausa is not surprising. Sometimes people do not want to hear the word founding members. It has become a controversial issue. But I think before you go somewhere, you have to understand where you come from. And if you look at the history of many organizations, vis-a-vis even Liberia, the reason why there's a very minute contribution chronically highlighted in the Liberian history with respect to the Mandingo people is because it is not documented. And we also have to understand here that whenever somebody does something in our community, whether it's little or not, it's always necessary to recognize their effort. As the saying goes, give him the flowers while he's alive. And I'm thrilled and honored on behalf of the Pennsylvania Mandingo Association, which Siddiqui comes from. We want to take this certificate with honor and diligence. Thank you very much.
I've been reminded by the executive team here that it is also important to mention the extremely diligent job being put in by the technical member of the website team, Mr. AJ, who is Aliyu Jabate. We want to recognize him as well. He's been a wonderful help to Siddiqui. At this time, I want to take I have the honor actually. You know, we've always said that behind every successful man is a very successful woman, a strong woman. The Felmausa women. The Felmausa women, I want each and every one of our women here to please stand up. Stand up. All ladies, all women is proud. You know, you're not a lady. Mr. Drami, you're not a lady. All right, here's what I got to say. Every time I've had the opportunity to go to the MMA meeting, I take along my wife, not because I'm effeminate, but because I believe in women empowerment. I believe in the idea that women should be involved in our community in every way possible. The days when they should have been subject to us are over. We gotta accept it. We lived for too long in these parts, and we should understand that women can equally contribute to our society. Look at our honorable commissioner. Look at our honorable vice president for administration, the councilor herself. Look at my beautiful wife, for example. My sister and all of you ladies here, we want to thank you, especially in a special way, for being here, for being a part of this process. We encourage you to encourage your sisters, your mothers, and all our part of this process to get us moving forward. If you can't step on the accelerator behind us, we're not going to go anywhere. You know, if I'm to be the MC here and my wife say, you know, I'm not feeling too well, I think I will call the president and say, Mr. President, I will cancel. Yeah, you're not going to mess my home up and go. She's not happy, I'm not happy. So let's give our women a big hand clap. Continue the process. Thank you so very much. Let's keep it up. Around envelopes. Okay, he's already, I mean, you're ahead of me. You know, every organization depends on a sound financial footing. Yeah, we are giving our dues, our chapter dues, but the organization needs to go forward. So in this public manner, we are challenging each of you as members of Felmausa who look to see our community progress and succeed to, in your own weak ways. When I say weak ways, I mean flat out. In your own weak ways, put anything in the envelope anonymously. Don't put your name to it. Just let us, we're not going to announce it, give us $2. You can put 25 cents, I'm just joking, anything you got. Help this community move forward. If we re-elect Honorable Conant, he needs it. If we don't, for some reason, elect the VP, he needs it. If we elect Mr. How you call him, Mandingo Obama? Yeah. If we elect Mr. Duque, he will need it. So please, please, for God's sake, for our community's sake, for posterity's sake, contribute in whatever way you can. Our next, you know, I'm proud. I am extremely proud. I can't believe we all stay sitting in our seat and hungering for more intellectual enlightenment. And you're not going to be disappointed. Our next 30 minutes will be occupied by 3 powerful individuals. The man who is very versed in conflict resolution, Mr. Ahmed Salif. Haja Ann. And our brother from Missouri, Mr. Ahmed Salif of Kwadu Boni. They are going to be talking to us in a panel about education, about women empowerment, about the way forward. We want to, at this time, call on our panelists to take their seat up here.
Bring people out here that are very important in our community, educated men and women that we can emulate. So today we have, I'm going to start from the lady first. We have a dynamic leader in our midst, Aja Kumba Kaba Ann. She works at Nestor Healthcare as contract compliance auditor, daughter of Dr. Kaba, married to the Red Lieutenant Colonel P.A. Modu Ann. She had an undergraduate at Bridgeport University in Connecticut, master at St. Mary's in Minnesota, and have 3 handsome boys. It is said that North Carolina is considered a Salif kingdom, but I tell you the Salif are not only in North Carolina. And I think we are moving over fast-paced. In our midst, we have two brothers. And fortunately for me, they all happen to be Shari too. So you will see where we come from. We don't just speak it, but we do it. And we want everybody to follow our example. First, we have Brother Ahmed Salif. Somebody told me the last time, he said when Sharif are educated, they change their name to Salif. Just bear with me. Liberia, the Liberian TRC Diaspora Project, a human rights advocate and scholar. Ahmed has a special interest in efforts to implement traditional justice initiatives in societies that have experienced severe violence, like ours. He holds a master's degree in international law and the settlement of disputes from University for Peace, United Nations mandated San Jose, Costa Rica, and a BA in legal studies from Hamline University in St. Paul, Minnesota. The qualification, if I try to go through it, I think we'll be here for the rest of the night. And we are pleased to have him in our midst. And we have another brother, although they have Ahmed Salif, all spelled the same. But he just told me a point of correction, he's Vamadou Sharif. But despite the fact that he's Sharif, he's still educated. And Ms. Vama, he's still Ahmed. He has a master's degree in business administration from Washington University, St. Louis, Missouri. BS in chemistry with all those formulas. And minor in mathematics from Missouri Baptist University, St. Louis, Missouri. Over the past 4 years, Sharif has been working as division manager with Better Family Life Incorporated, highly respected NGO in St. Louis, Missouri. He is responsible for overseeing 45 staff with over $3 million in operating budget. $3 million. They salute our trusted people. Sharif successfully launched a biotechnology and life sciences program from inception, which has become a national model for assisting individuals with little or no background in science transition into a successful career in science-related industry. If I were to go through his background, we will be here for the rest of the night. So I'll start there and tell you what we'll be discussing tonight. And I will urge all of you to make sure to emulate the good example of the Sharif and our sister Ann over there. And I'm testimony to that. My wife is the first Mandingo lawyer in Liberia. Having said that, I want all of you to please give our panelists a big hand of applause. Any one of you can do it if you put your mind at it. He will be talking to us on reconciliation. Before you can reconcile something, there should be like a conflict-like situation. So he's going to be discussing conflict and how to recognize conflict. There are a lot of times people feel that once you see two persons exchanging words, then you have recognized something, but he's going to give you an insight in that. And the levels and stages of conflicts. The approaches and strategies in resolving conflicts. And some time ago, he visited Liberia, and they had a conference, the Liberia conference. I think you'll be able to tell her that, and the TRC final report. And our sister Aja will be talking about the importance of women education in Liberia. What a nice topic. And fortunately for us, we have a very educated lady that will be discussing that with us. And not only discussing about the importance of education of women in Liberia, but within our Mandingo community too. Because everything we do here, we are trying to elevate the standard of the Mandingo people. And Vamadou Sharif, my own brother, will be discussing the importance of higher education. Most of our brothers, they go to school and stop halfway. And he will be telling us that the sky should be the limit. And I want you to please give him your ears so that you'll be motivated and move and encouraged to educate yourself. These young men and the ladies in our midst, they strive for it. They did not sit there. They worked hard at it. They made it. And I know you can do it too. So our first question will go to Ahmed Salif of the TRC. Mr. Salif, what is a reconciliation when it comes to conflict? And what are the stages in conflict, in recognition of conflict?
I'm Salif, and first of all, I would like to extend my very heartfelt congratulations to the leadership of Felmausa and to all the delegates who have traveled from far and near to be here today. And also like to recognize the presence of our community president here, the Organization of Liberians in Minnesota, Mr. Herbert Dwyer. Brian, welcome. And I would like to say I'm very honored to be sharing this platform with my own sister, Haja here. We've had several conversations, and each time I talk to her, she just blows me away. And also my brother, Sharif here, whom I'm just learning a little bit about today, and I hope we can continue the conversation in the network. Now, the topic that you've asked me to comment on is very befitting, because while it is true that we are here, we're gathered here trying to build an institution, Felmausa, but it is also true that within our Mandingo community, we have had internal fights. We've had nasty fights. Some of the times they can be very self-destructive and self-destroying. It could be from the simple things as somebody not knowing how to speak Mandingo, or somebody from a different version of Mandingo, and so forth and so on. Those basic narcissistic things, like small things like that, we fight and destroy one another. So if you ask me to talk about reconciliation, our moderator here was very right. Reconciliation is a loaded word. And so I'm going to try as quickly as possible. First, before I go into reconciliation, I'd like to talk about conflict. What does it mean to have a conflict? What's conflict? Okay? The academic definitions, different experts agree or disagree on how to describe conflict. Some people say that you cannot define conflict. You can only describe conflict. Some people say in order to define conflict, you have to know the specific context of the particular conflict before you can be able to attempt to describe conflict. But there are general notions of conflict. So, for example, one scholar describes conflict as perceived divergence of interest, meaning that there's one resource, or there are resources that are very scarce. Everybody's competing for that. But these people who are competing for that one thing, for instance, the election today, there's only one presidency. You can only have one Felmausa president. We have 3 people vying for that. So, but that they come with different perspectives to the one role. And so that perceived divergence of interest can clash, and it results into what they call conflict. But conflict comes first, looking at the stages of conflict and levels of conflict. Conflict happens and occurs first within the organism, within the human being. It starts from your mind. You get angry, you express emotions, you get sad, you feel depressed, maybe you get anxious. You might have heard something. Somebody say, Ahmed Salif said this about you. So it hasn't become a conflict yet between you and Ahmed Salif, but because someone has told you that, the process you go through, the internal process, that is a conflict in and of itself. That's called intrapersonal conflict. So whether you decide that you're going to call Ahmed and scream at him and insult him, or you're going to drive to his house to jack him up or something, you have to struggle with people. They say that there's a context of conflict because there are a lot of people who are associated with Ahmed Salif who are also associated with the other party. Then our conflict between 2 of us extends to those people. So you look at the context, that's what they're talking about. There can be power issue, there can be resources issue, lack of information issue, misperception issues, there can be misinterpretation of a particular thing issue. People around you and your environment can escalate the conflict, or they can de-escalate the conflict. And then you have inter-organizational conflict. Just as you have interpersonal conflict within the organism, within the inside the human being, you also have conflict within one organization, which is called intra-organizational conflict. We look at MMA, for instance. We've had a lot of disagreements. When I was president here for MMA, within my own administration, we had disagreements, policy disagreements, and so forth and so on. That's intra-organizational conflict. But once it's split over Felmausa versus OLM, that's inter-organizational conflict. Then they also have what they call social-cultural conflict, where conflict escalates between nations. You see, United States perceiving Iraq not doing certain things, and the United States government decides to organize allies to go bomb Iraq. That's international conflict, conflict between nations, but it also comes from what they call socio-cultural conflict, because it has to be perceptions of conflict and worldview. How we view one another, how we view those people, them versus us. One group has to demonize the other person enough to reduce them to nothingness, so that you think that you are better than the other person, and therefore that person is now worth the platform on which you are. And those are things that lead to conflict. But looking at our own situation within the Mandingo community, I started saying that we have had internal fights, and we still do have internal fights, squabbles, conflict that I've just described, happen within family, between husband and wife, between siblings. You have sibling rivalries, and you have organizational personality differences. Maybe the president comes from different disciplines. He may be a social scientist. The vice president may be a lawyer. Another vice president for operation administration may be a man.
With bachelor's and master's degrees ranging in fields such as economics, engineering, finance, sociology, computer science, MBA, math, mass communication, and international relations, just to name a few. Education has become the family symbol and a foundation that continues to pave the way for younger female members. And the fear that educating girls would deter them from adhering to cultural values was rather unqualified. Among the educated members of my family, cultural values such as marriage is still strongly embedded. In addition to this cultural factor inhibiting women's education within the Mandingo ethnic group, other factors such as social and religious also play a major role. The protection of the virtue of women and domestic responsibilities and household chores has all been cited as reason for girls to stay home from school. The question now is, how do we promote girls' education?
We can do so by doing some of the following: supplementing school fees with extra support for food and housing, providing sanitation facilities and sanitary items for girls to be able to attend school safely at all times. NGOs such as Felmausa, together with government, can work together to provide devices such as mechanical mills and dig wells that will help reduce the burdens on girls and allow them time to go to school. Recruiting and hiring more female teachers to encourage girl students, and establishing networks of female students as well as student-faculty network so that girls can both report abuses and provide support to each other. According to the UNICEF, some of the advantages of women education are as follows. Children of more educated mothers tend to be better nourished and suffer less from illnesses. Children, and particularly daughters of more educated mothers, are more likely to be educated themselves and become literate. The more educated a woman is, the more likely she is to have opportunities and life choices and avoid being oppressed and exploited by social situations. What we can do as a community here to advance these initiatives: as we overcome the cultural barriers, we are faced with the challenge to be part of this movement. The movement to promote not only male education, but also female education. And we are fortunate to be at the very center of this movement. March of this year, Liberia hosted the International Colloquium for Women's Empowerment, Leadership, Development, International Peace and Security. The main topic discussed the importance of women education. Like my grandfather more than a half a century ago, he embraced change by educating female members of his family. The time is now for us too to meet the challenges of our time by promoting female education. Felmausa has several educational projects promoting women education. Among them, the scholarship fund set up for the Tuckman National Institute of Medical Art, where 15 women are set to receive the first scholarships. Every one of us here can support these initiatives and help educate more women. Some of our community members have already contributed generously, and the president has already mentioned those names. These types of donations are needed for the advancement of women education. As Madam Salif, President of Liberia, stated, and I quote, "Educated women are better equipped to protect their children's health and well-being as well as their own." In essence then, educating women is equivalent to protecting our children, and the children are the future. Educating women is protecting the future. So educate a woman and educate the world. Thank you.
Let's talk about education, the importance of education in Liberia, especially for the women. The last statement she made was very important. Like one philosopher said, if you want to plan for a season, you plant corn. You want to plan for 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 years, you plant trees. If you want to plan for the future, you educate the youth. And we know there are about 11 million Mandingo people stretching in 7 countries in West Africa. And if statistics is true, there are more women than men. So can you imagine if we educate the women, what the Mandingo will be able to do tomorrow? So that's a food for thought. Our next panelist is another brother called Vamadou Sharif. He's going to talk about the importance of higher education. When our sister was speaking, she mentioned about another powerful Salif woman. Although, by virtue of marriage, she got the name Salif. That is Ellen Johnson Salif. So we're at Liberian society. So let us ask our brother, Anos Sharif, to tell us the importance of higher education. Brother Sharif, our ego Mandingo are sitting here waiting to hear from you. Thank you.
But whatever it is, I'm delighted to have been sharing the stage with the distinguished people. First, before I get to the educational aspect, I would like to just take a few moments to thank you, Felmausa. I am here serving dual purposes. One is that the Kwaduboni Mandingo Association, I happen to be the chairman of the National Board of Directors. And the president asked me to represent him to the convention. So I'm serving that purpose as well. Secondly, my colleague and dear friend of mine, who is a founding member of Felmausa, Mr. Fofi Kone, he invited me to join him all the way from St. Louis. So I accepted his invitation before the president actually contacted me. So I want to thank both of you for the confidence you have in me. And so one thing I admire about Felmausa is that they're very practical. They're very practical in the sense that they don't just wait and pray and hope that things happen. They do hope and pray. In addition to that, they make things happen. And if you act in that manner, it wouldn't matter who our leaders are. Everyone knows Mandingo people from the historical perspective. When they come together, when we have higher purposes, nothing can stop us. It wouldn't matter who our leader is, whether it's a woman or a man, whether they have education or they don't. The clearest example of that is what happened during the war. Initially, it was Alhaji Kurma, who was very well educated. And then later on, it would turn to Mr. Sekou Demade Kone, whom some say he was not educated. And then, in collaboration between him and his wife, his ex-wife, Ms. Asha Kone, who has also played a great role in liberating Mandingo people. So you can see that there are a variety of ways to be a leader. And all we have to do is to take action. So now going back to the education, the idea of higher education and to make it a personal crusade, if you will, throughout the Mandingo community came to me a year ago when I visited Liberia. And a good friend of mine, Honorable Minister Abu Kamara in Monrovia, I met with him and we were talking. He told me to accompany him to his office, and I did. And we then went on to visit the Ministry of Education. While we were there, and I spoke to one of the ministers there about education. And this person, and I wouldn't identify the person so that it wouldn't become an issue. But this person told me that I was the first Mandingo person coming from the United States or from the diaspora to try to talk about education instead of setting up a new businesses, a gas station, or a diamond broker businesses. Initially, I thought it was offensive. But the more I reflected on it, I told myself, no, this is a challenge. This is saying that the Mandingos, whether they're in the diaspora or in Liberia, have been lacking when it comes to higher education. I'm talking about a larger majority. There are certain individuals who have done very well. But our challenge is not whether we are stronger as an individual, but whether we can become even stronger as a collective. So when it comes to education, my goal is to motivate us enough that enough of us consider higher education beyond high school, beyond two-year colleges, go on and get PhDs, because education does not come with anybody when you are born. You will have to acquire it. And it is something, once you get it, it can never be taken away from you. Matter of fact, the more you give it, the more you get it. Because before you can tell someone, you have to know it. And when you know it, you tell somebody, it remains in your head. So the more you give it, the more you get. Now, there are lots of different reasons why people would consider a higher education. One may be to get a prestige, one may be to just get money, and one may be just to be able to be the custodian of our culture and societal values, because it's vested, in other words, it's stored in the minds of the people who knows it best. That is why I feel that we can no longer afford to take back seats when it comes to higher education. It doesn't matter what field you are in, but you must consider higher education as a new goal to be part of Felmausa's goal. Thank you.
We cannot be left out. So let us strive for it. Honorable Connor, please put your hand up.
Wow, this is a tall order. We didn't realize we were just going to give an opening statement and then a closing statement. But Sister Hajar has been gracious enough to yield part of her time to me, because she said she's just finished her presentation, so I will take at least 3 minutes. Because it's important to talk about the approaches to take once there is conflict. It's one thing to know and be able to recognize conflict, but it takes another skill set to really resolve conflict. Whether it's within the family, between husband and wife, between parent and children, between siblings, among siblings, or between organizations, it is very, very important for the progress and success of this organization that we want to build to pay attention to learning about how to resolve conflict and what are those skills that are necessary to resolve conflict. There are some approaches to conflict response. I will mention some and leave some, because the ones that are most important to our context, I would like to mention some of them. You all know there are both judicial and non-judicial approaches to how people resolve conflict. You go to court and there's a dispute, that's one way. If you go to through what they call alternative dispute resolution, through a mediation process or an arbitration process, or what they call conciliation process, those are all different means of resolving conflict. And they also have different administrative processes. Like for instance, Felmausa or Mandingo people may have grievances, or a particular organization may have grievances, and you want those grievances addressed, but it's a national level conflict. Perhaps the legislature, the national legislature, will be the only means of resolving that conflict. And you have to lobby hard and pass a legislation to address that conflict. So there are administrative means of resolving conflicts. There are also legislative means of resolving conflict. And what I mentioned earlier in terms of alternative dispute resolution is another big generic terms. But under that, they have different kinds of and different notions of justice. Restorative justice, for example, whereby they make someone who has offended the other party to really make that person to see the impact of their violation or the harm they have done to the other person. They work with them and bring them together so the person who caused the harm can really feel the pain of the family or the person whom they have hurt. So that's called restorative justice. You have mediation. There's no time to define all of this, but you have negotiation. Is what takes place between two people or two groups. Direct face-to-face discussion, offer and accepting and giving and compromising and so on to resolve. So we need, as Felmausa, we need to be you who are the leaders on the board, in the presidency. You need to recognize some of these things, and some of us will put ourselves at your disposal. We are your servants. We will be in the community. We have our humble backgrounds with ideas and little expertise here and there. Call on some of those people with resources. Let them assist. Put them in committee so that they can help to provide knowledge and professional guidance as to how to resolve conflict. Because if we don't do that, there's no way we can progress and build a great institution without knowing how to resolve conflict. There's something, and then we have our traditional approaches to resolving conflict. Mandingo people are a cultural people. You all know this. When our parents are together, there's a way that they de-escalate conflict. The eldest male member of the family walks in the room, everybody is quiet. And they bring the two parties together, basically they resolve that conflict, that is it. We cannot deviate from that because we're in America today or because we've got the masters and PhDs and law and medical degrees and so on. We have to respect our roots and recognize some of those traditional mechanisms through which we resolve conflict. In Liberia in general, for example, they have this palava hut process which happens in every community where either the chief or the most respected elder in the community, the male elder in the community intervenes in conflict resolution. And quickly and finally, the Liberian Truth and Reconciliation Commission that Jim O'Neill, my colleague who spoke here earlier, mentioned about, it operates in the discipline called transitional justice. Transitional justice has both judicial and non-judicial processes. Prosecution versus a truth-seeking process versus restorative justice processes. All of those things are what you hear the NGO people in Liberia call transitional justice, transitional justice. So the TRC has presented its final report to the government and people of Liberia. And we here, the Advocates for Human Rights, play a very major role in writing that report. And I can tell you, Mandingo people were fully represented. Muslim people's interests were fully represented. Because some of us were very intimate with the process, if you look at that report, your interests are fully represented. The underrepresented Liberians, we made sure it was a balanced process because it's a new narrative for our country, hopefully that will lead to a process where everybody can identify with. So I encourage you to read that report. The report is calling for prosecution of certain leaders. It's calling for barring or what they call lustration, stopping certain people from holding offices in the country for 30 years. There's so many things. Everybody will not agree with what the report says. It may be controversial to some is celebrated, but it's a serious body of work. I encourage you, Mandingo people, to take a look at it and be a part of the national dialogue. Thank you so much.
The only thing I left out basically is one thing. That is to tell you what I believe education is not. Education is not the arrogant. You cannot just use your degree to be arrogant over the people that don't have it. That's not an education. So I wanted to make sure that when we talk about higher education, you are there to learn how to serve the people. That is the real education. So, brothers and sisters, what I want for us to do is to refocus our mind and rededicate ourselves that when we are here, the opportunities that are provided here in America towards pursuing higher education is unprecedented. Take advantage of it. You can get college degree without paying a dime. You can get PhD without paying a dime. You just need the patient and a little bit more work. And guess what? You have to work. People have done it before us, so we can do it. That concludes my presentation. And I just want to acknowledge my colleagues, Mr. Musa Kamara, who is a member of the Mandingo Association here. Mr. Kamara, can you stand up? He's also a board member of the Kwaduboni Mandingo Association. And we will be having our convention coming up in August 21st to the 23rd. And we want not only Felmausa, but the Liberian community to come out and support that organization. It will be here. And the information will be going out even further. You can check the websites, including the Limani website, after this convention. Thank you very much.
Mugu juman tanabi mane mande sugulu nyata farara kunne jara sangranka konne jimamin konne kasaura konne dala kumu kamani dala jibami konne tikele me no konne mudo tikele me no bi mane ukele gara pele buluni la urukuru la wala kada para kunu da yida kafala fito mugola kafala kwato mugola kaba kuno meki to samma ka kulunda duguma mana mo wale ri fede kufonya na lu wede jatala kuno meka na makodo bali ngulu katulu fende sigete na ko memba na mane tamane wo bana Bogo sumara de namo woto nyadi manden jelilu ko lema namo kummin mana fo wole keto itia min mana ke wole foto itia nkambe mo jumantama namo ngambe magan sunya talema ate narinde nare maga manenka to kuma la kabala simu itia solo kuduma de namo magan sunya ta make kumoda make jinadi yo akera barala ledi Otuma namo magan sunya ta farala mo jumana namo magan sunya ta fa atoko fara ko manki tiya manne mansa lewdi ate ala saya koro adinka folo no to dangrantuma ate masa dangrantuma ne tigira noro namo masa dangrantuma mba o togo sasuma berete lonkelena namo sasuma berete ya dinge wele ako dangrantuma ate nde ni mi jija ni mi tesidi ni mi loyi lororo sika keleme magan sunya tama bena mandin tigiya bosila de obeke korose ke kan ka gen ka bo mandin kuma tura dangarantuma kono ko krisi namo mandin fadenya tisunola o to nyadinga badenya ye mandin singiya ye mandin bonya ye mandin karama ye mandin itina longelena magan sunya ta wulira tara wula kono felela namo aye sigi faga aye sigi kuma na golo na sugo beta ate kana la koro ke koro akun koro dangrantuma ntara wula kono felela nye sigi faga sugo ten namo dangrantuma ko sunyata ibi kuta ka bo mande namo iba sugulun konde ba kuta ka bo mande idugo ke mande muri ba kuta ka bo mande idugo musu sugulun kulun kan ba kuta ka bo mande magan sunyata ko ngoro fola mamen saga kan kala me ko tuni
namu
ako sunyata bi kota iba sugulun ko ne ba kota ka bo mande
ate
wa ido ke ani do muso ba kota ka bo mande wa inara sigi sugo men mo fana ma kota ka bo mande
namu
magan sunyata ko ngoro mbeta ngasa ningata kuma sababe mbo fiye ki hakili toro ko mara
itina
na kuma folo ye mundi mbairi la ka fo demanene na kunoro diara nyawo ya tese ka denoro la
ote ki abada
na kuma fulana amana fo misi genna ma ku ka jima masarakatu bo I hakili ye jima manono le ma jima misi de odi tani
to abada
na kuma sabana manembe lumbu lama ko fe baroji manembe ro magay ko daga konoji nga manenta bonde
otike
wa ngwale
ate
magan sunya ta ba na dogo ka na dogo muso
namu
alu fara nyon ka kuma anga tanya ni maburila sugulun konne ko yororo
namu
ako sigite na ko memba na manen to ko mane o bana
itina
sigite na ko memba na manen ta mane o bana manen kalu ile muson tumu man yang ulira
namu
ako ne jati wato
ate
nyati wato atunga magan sunya tabla sala kala bonyani dugu kofe
ate
aduna so kuna kala karnyanta karnya ye mun fendi
namu
jeli manden jeli musulla folilani aduna so kuna ka karnyanta wa fokano gendi ma buri bagati kele to dum fola iye simbo bililima amanguila kele jife domina de ya faga kele buri bali kele mani dangadena manenka ibarakalata kripinya magankunade ibarakalata yakumala warala simu ibarakalata dunya la mini saja ibarakalata dugula mini saja jata barakalata bajija ay barakalata soloma barakalata magan sunyata la taga koro
Namu.
sasuma berete ana denga kunoro filira
Ate.
almase kalu sigi tugun almase kalu lo tugun o kunoro filo kuno masa
Namu.
dangana tuma aye nyankumando ga wele
Ate.
nyankumando ga manenkal ko le ma segeni babi koyate kukuba ni bantamba nyanyani ni kama siga jelima koyate bo aku nyankumando ga
Namu.
mbici kata susu sumawro kantema mbendo wa musodima ikata dama
Ate.
akata furula aka magan sunyata yoro inin ka faga sika kala makana na mande ko tigiya dangana duma musu ado musu woto
Namu.
sasuma berete nyang kumandoga ani sasuma berete farala nyonga kan ka susu silamina
Ate.
ibarakalata nare maga manenka ibarakalata tribinya maga kunata barakalata wajijala ay barakalata soloma barakalata wajijala ibarakalata nare maga kunata ibarakalata tribinya maga kunata le ibarakalata wajijala ay barakalata soloma barakalata wajijala mana fojo nuye numuyala kante numuye numunere mana fojo nuye numuyala bagayo numuye numunere mana fojo nuye numuyala sisi numuye numunere mana fojo nuye numuyala kigana numuye numunere suma woro dani kamalemba numuye keyala suma woro dani kamalemba numuye keyala numuye moyala numuye moyala numuye keyala nyankumandoga ani nana tribando na susu
Namu.
aludu na susu tuma mina
Ate.
wa soro sumawro kanti tara la ke amata ma yororo aludu na susu jinda fe
Namu.
kadu sumawro kanti la jin kono
Namu.
atala kadu ala bulun kono
Ate.
nyankumandura atura yala la
Namu.
abika ki yala sumawro la jin kono anala bulun kono fatara bo sumawro kanti la ke ya suma
Namu.
aduna ke ya su kono tuma mina
Namu.
akabala lani
Ate.
ako niye mun fenni ninu ka kan ka ke fol fen nyumandi de ayi maji aye bala kala ta ko aye bala fola se ko ma kula abla itate akarfani ni lela
Namu.
wamba iri la ka fo balani hal ni limo yi ga kuna ko sumawro kante abi yoro inu so foki fa
Bige.
nyam Yankumando ko segema. Ako ambe mu ko kilenkiye no be se kato ibintu ngabala fo. Sege ko Yankumando ma. Ako isi aussi. Namo. I bonzo. I ka fa bela jele ka fo asikana sege ye shedin talaga ba mabla. Ate o mana kembe bala du. Tiens. Sege ayo kuma fo Yankumando ye. Namo. Yankumando ko wanya lahiru taye. Sege yi wuli atara. Ate Yankumando ay majigi tuma mena kwa be balakala takabala fo. Namo. Sumaworo kanto yito nyamilo tana. Ate anara fonyo fe. Ako dina mogo. Ayeta maturu. Namo. Yankumando ko. Abara yinye yelama. Ay Sumaworo kante roge aslana. Ski. Sumaworo kante bukubani bantamba nyani ni kamatiga fari madugu sodi ni kesuma bonzo Sumaworo kante komala fa kaya turedin Sumaworo dabi turedin Sumaworo date bangali suba nami deni nami jokala Sumaworo kante ile minara kukuba marake akabandama marake kanyani marake ibande fentifuye wimini ba ko tekila soto chamozo rade ni Sumaworo kante ako Sumaworo kante namo kaya ture de Sumaworo dabi ture de Sumaworo soto chamo de Sumaworo kukuba nye pantamba nyani ni kamatiga farma duru so de ke Suma bonson ate jate bankali suba na miteni na mijukala Sumaworo kante ile miki bambla slalima kuni mana mogo kana penslaro imini ban fente fuye imini son fana fente fuye ka kukuba maraka bantamba maraka nyani maraka kamatiga mara kukuba ni bantamba nyani ni kamatiga farma duru so de ke Suma bonson ako ake jiliba ja muwo ima jamun kan kadi muwo wore daga tamire kan ako wayi to Yankumando kwa ko ne to le ko Yankumando wa Sumaworo kanta yi kumpri ako Yankumando wa o temo to di wanne bi to labi wa ikuyate ole kara kuyate le jamundi ako wa bala ni ta nyinna bala dima bala ta sege bala fo sege kuyate
Somebody says thunder, oh, la la. Is it Papa Kamasoka or the sun, wala wala? Somebody says thunder, oh, la la. Well, you see, my friends, I'm town chief home and they brought their palava so I can fix it for them. But what I don't understand, why should they make palava for this rascal woman who is called Lala? Is it Papa Kamasoka or the son Wala Wala? Somebody says thunder, who owns Lala? Papa Kamasoka or the son Wala Wala? Somebody says thunder, who owns Lala? Lisa whisper and tell me low, it is gonna wipe with his phosphor so I say whoa, now I know we go found out who is who. We go will send for each and every one today and tell them everyone will be here. You will see the cheetah will stay away, the true husband will appear. We will see, we will see, we will know who is he. That's just what I'm gonna do. We will find out the truth. I sent for Game, I sent for Ghana, I sent for Palawala, I sent for Kamasoko, and we know who is who.
Who is that?
That's me, old man Ghana. I've come from the farm ever since I've been knocking the door.
Who is that?
That's me, old man Ghana. And I've come from the farm ever since I've been knocking the door. Hey, God, man, I love you, but you too rascal. This time if I catch you, I swear I'm finished with you. The first time I caught you, your boyfriend used to call you La La. Again I have caught you, now it's a bag of cassava.
Who is that?
That's me, old man Ghana. And I've come from the farm ever since I've been knocking the door.
Who is that?
That's me, old man Ghana. I have come from the farm ever since I've been knocking the door.
Oh, Ghana, I'm coming, man, Ghana. Hold your heart, let me tell my lover, I'm coming to open the door. Hold your heart, let me tell my lover, I'm coming to open the door.
I said, but man, but what is down there behind the door? I said, but man, but what is down there behind the door? That looks like a bag of cassava. Me, I want to know. The first time I caught you, your boyfriend used to call you La La. Again I have caught you, now it's a bag of cassava.
Who is that?
That's me, old man Ghana. I have come from the farm ever since I've been knocking the door.
Who is that?
That's me, old man Ghana. I have come from the farm ever since I've been knocking the door. Hey, come man, I love you, but you too rascal. Sweet come man, I love you, but you too rascal. Oh, come man, sweet come man, I love you, but you too rascal. Oh, come man, hey, come man.
Hello? May I have a one-way ticket to Monrovia, please? Yes. Cash? No. Thank you.
I've been here 30 long years. All my children born here. I've had a mighty good life. God bless the US of A. I saw my car, I saw my house. I got me plenty of change. I'll be big shot, I'll do good right. I will live like a queen. Give me one way ticket to Monrovia. Give me one way ticket to Monrovia. That's all I need. I need a man.
Introducing Sonega Diabo. Tell me who can we trust as election draws near. Charles Reed!
All the things you're doing so, I want to ask you.
Tell me who can we trust?
Let me ask you. All the wrong you're running around here. Let me ask you.
Tell me who can we trust?
My picking leave my hand. Let me ask the people the question. Let me ask you.
Tell me who can we trust?
Who is the best? Who has been the best and who can really be the best? Look here for Tommy Town, to Tobas Town, coming down to Gold Town, dragging it to Taylor Town, and even up to Foreign Town. Who is the best? Who has been the best and who can really be the best? You know the other day, I went around the road. To find a fact, I met an old man. Along the road, I said, Papa, hello. I want to ask you, man, I see you are looking good. But I want to know, Papa, who is the best? Who has been the best? Let's take a rest from Tommy Town. The old man said to me, listen my son, I'm going to tell you the truth. Tommy is the best. I said, Papa, why? He said, my son, open your ears and listen to me. This is what I have to say. He is the best because during his time, things were very cheap. Background was very cheap. Gasoline was very cheap. We used to dance around. Every day we used to play in the towns and villages. Our world was very happy. Everything they used to get it very cheap. So I said, brother, Tommy is the best, yeah? Don't worry yourself. While we were talking, another guy was listening. So I got through with that man. He tapped my shoulder, listen, I want to say something about the thing you said. I said, go ahead, my ears to you. He said, listen, brother, Tommy not the best. I said, why? Why you say so? He said, during the day, things were very cheap. That one there that not lie. Things were very cool. That one there that not lie. But for development, that one there that be lie. Everything was cheap. Why he did not build the road from here to Maryland? All the road are so whole. Look at the city, why he ever did here? My man, I don't want to talk. Toba is the best, yeah? So that what you say? He said, yeah. I said, tell me the truth. Why you say he is the best? He said, listen, son, the guy. Toba is the best because during his day, he made all the contraband just to go to school. Even at that, he said, total involvement. I said, what do you mean? He said, just wait, yeah. He said, look at the road from here to Singapore. That Toba build a place. That may want that development to be in a good lane. But the people did not agree. So I said, brother, Toba is the best, yeah? While we were there, talking the thing, I saw one old man running. She said, shut up your mouth. Doe is the best. I said, mama, who call you here? She said, the national issue, my picking, you're talking. Listen to me. During Toba time, the Congo people, all of them were order of the day. If you're not Congo, during Toba time, and when you go to court, someone sue you at the court, you will never win a case. You see, my son, during his day, there were no human rights. The country people were their slaves. During his days, all the Google building that you see around the town, that them took government money and build it. They build it for themselves. Look, he's not the best. Doe is the best. I said, mama. So he is the best. He said, yeah, listen to me. During his day, that man was very good. You see the before Buffy, that I made better play. You see from Clay to Cape Mount, that I made better road. Listen to me. You see different ministry, and they have ministry that I'm finished today. They find just a woman that I made better places. That man was very good. He wanted development, but the people never even gave him chance to do the thing he wanted. Doe is the best, yeah, that man is the best.
If everybody has a problem,
tell me who can we trust?
If everybody has a problem,
tell me who can we trust?
Yeah, man, Sonega Diabo.
Tell me
see
who
some
can we
production
trust?
team. Tell me who can we trust? Raka!
When the old man turned her back, one young guy came to me. He said, listen, my boy, let me tell you something. Doe is not the best. I said, why? He said, listen to me. You know, during the days, he was tribalistic. He never gave the other people chance to rule the land. That man was power greed. He is not the best. That Taylor is the best. Gange Taylor is the best. The Pape is the best. I said, you say what? He said, your ear switch off? Or I beeping you, the fire you take from my mouth? I said, Pape Gange is the best. I said, tell me, my son, what do you mean by that? He said, listen to me. During that day, he opened the eyes of the Como people. You see, all the sumo ball, they know their right from wrong. That is the reason why I say he is the best. When you talk about development, that Taylor know that when you see the road in Negro Town, that Taylor better road. Have you been to RIA? The fence around the airport, that that tear up better place. The papa is the best, the people never give him chance, but he is the best. While we were standing there, the one I feeling for him more. I saw a lady coming with one big net. She said, shut up your mouth. If you don't shut up right now, I will hit you with the net. I said, where mama? How you acting so? We not fighting there, we discussing national issue. The old man said, no my son, I don't want to fight. But that guy making me blue. During tailor time, we used to be hiding. We used to be afraid. We're very scared. Bullets were popping, rockets then were blasting. People were losing. There was no human right. Then you can't tell me, say, that Taylor is the best, that man that is the worst. The interim government is the best. I said, mama, that what you say? She said, for when now that benefit popping from my mom, or your ear switch up, interim government is the best. She not feeling talking, said, I go low across the road, I saw the market holding there, running coming to her. Oh my, shut up your mouth. Shut up your mouth. Oh my, shut up your mouth. Have you been to the market to know the price of rice? Shut up your mouth. Oh my, shut up your mouth. Have you been to Simeco to know the price of cement? Shut up your mouth. Oh my, shut up your mouth. Have you been to the market to know the price of beta ball? Shut up your mouth. Oh my, shut up your mouth. Shut up your mouth. Oh my, shut up your mouth. You not go from place to place to know the transportation fare before you talking yet? Shut up your mouth. Oh my, shut up your mouth. You don't know the thing you say. Oh my, shut up your mouth. We're not here to talk plenty. Just shut up your mouth.
If everybody has a problem,
Tell me who can we trust?
if everybody has a problem,
Tell me who can we trust?
if everybody has a problem,
Tell me who can we trust?
All the things you're doing so, I want to ask you.
Tell me who can we trust?
All the buka thing you're doing, let me ask you.
Tell me who can we trust?
You rolling so? You jacking so? You yelling so?
Tell me who can we trust?
You farting so? You running so? You poo-pooing so?
Tell me who can we trust?
Talking everywhere. We can hear, then you running so?
Tell me who can we trust?
Let me tell you straight up now.
Tell me who
Till
can we
Allah,
trust?
man, we get around them. They say we can choose them. That one I like. Who we will choose now at this stage? You know there were two other guys who went to the Fuller Man shop. They went there, they gave them money. They come outside. That other man put the money inside pocket, then you want to open alone. So a friend look at him back, why you howling? He said, no, nothing they make it us. On their way going, they may walking looking behind. That trouble there, walking looking behind. That one that trouble again, walking looking behind. The man said, what happened? You can't lower in front of him. So for him to lock it for him now, that was a lock for him. God sent that lock from heaven straight on earth. Car hit him. Where? He died. So who can we trust this time? It's not easy again. Market woman said, nobody inside to go church. Roasting money, running away. A friend cannot trust him, you see. Now how we will live inside the country? My people, you tell me. Who can we trust now? Me or you? You or me? You choosing Butini? That one a problem. Let me tell you, straight on notice here. It's a final message. When people making red home, that one a trouble. Because the other boss may want to know which of the sound that man sounds. Sometimes he can sound some signs. It can confuse the man sounding. It can confuse the sounding. The noise can come inside the building. To the house. People say 2 for 5. They collect the ticket. They go. When the man finish collecting all the money, now what happened? The man will ask how many person people here. Only 5 person people here. That one that lot now about 250 person finish people inside there. So how we can choose somebody the lesson coming? Open your eye labyrinths and find that person to vote for. So la there ya. Mutini, Sunday guy, we see ya.
Please remember, this is our only chance. And your vote will determine your fate. Don't forget now, your destiny is in your hands. He who must destroy order to succeed must have destruction awaiting him at the post of his success. I see you, yeah.
Hey, I'm doing a piece of
challenge. I see you, yeah.
Hey, I'm going
Get challenge.
Tell me who can we trust.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am Sonega Dearborn. I'm glad with the great opportunity given me to introduce to you your president.
Babu want to become president.
That one not true.
Mosquito want to become president.
That one not true.
Poppy Dossett want to become president.
That one not true.
Crazy man you see want become president.
That one not true.
Mr. Credit want to become president.
That one not true.
Mr. Lala man want become president.
That one not true.
President you wasting you.
That one not true.
Mr. Roro want to become president.
That one not true.
Jego. Now how the president business will be? We suffering for some more. Mr. Lala want to become president. President you see want become president. Mr. Become president. It can't be one angry. Let me tell you something. When they want to become president with Lala, they will come and say, as the president of the Republic of Liberia, I thank you people for introducing me as a president. The power invests in me as a president of the Republic of Liberia. I want to make sure I will bring the rest press down. I'm going to put all the fee of press down. I'm going to bring the gasoline price down. Kalolo want to become president. You know he say again, you want to tell me say president will charge money eat up become president? Trust take up become president? And now he say, Liberia will follow. When they be president to them, they will stand and say, I'm Mason. I will bring down Moldova and build you new Moldova. I'm going to make sure I'm not going to steal the government money. I'm going to make sure 7 get their back pay. I'm the president going to make sure that the AFL going to be paid in 2 weeks. I'm going to make sure the student going to get 12 buses. I'm going to make sure for the little children they say, I'm going to buy two plastic bags for them to poo-poo inside. Yeah. Babu, you see, want to become president. Mr. President want to become president. Mr. Drongo want to become president. Lala want to become president. Children Ripper want to become president. You know, issue so free, Liberia. Listen to the speech. As a president of the Republic of Liberia, I'm going to make sure I'm going to electrify the city into 1 day time. As a president of the Republic, I'm going to dry the whole of the sea and build you people estate building. And things go bad. Republic of West Wind going to be an estate. Mr. President become president. Mr. Lala man want to become president. Mr. Roro want to become president. Mr. Dr. Dog want to become president. Mr. Kenju man want to become president. Mr. Ripasa want to become president. Mosquito want to become president. The girl you see say want to become president. To vacate with everyone want to become president. And you now when you want to become president. Yeah. President, yo. So let's go. We're so free for president. see what I can come on, friend. Oh, the president, they know he's a Sonega. Sonega, how you go? Sonega, hey, cow. Cause he's on the son for me. Where you at? Sonega. Sonega, please come, let me see them who will become president.
Lieutenant, don't cry by here. The president said, "Been a worry my ear." Me, I got one question to how will be president. But wait now, how can you become president? Nobody know you. How do you become president? How will you become president? Hey, free folk man now want to become president. All the self jacket they won't become president. You gap in here, then you won't become president. Nobody know you, then you say you won't become president. Nobody say infinity here, you won't become president. My brother, you can't become president. Standing as Apollo, you come to Liberia, you say you won't become president. No, you can't become president. You don't even have how you become president. You don't even know your dollar, you won't become president. You cannot even speak your own tribe, you won't become president. I don't know why you get ready to say you won't become president. Nobody even know you, you won't become president. Nobody share money, eat or want to become president. Okay, wait, plenty people become president. Who want to become president? Chapa people want to become president. Buka men they want to become president. Swag people they want to become president. It can't happen, you can't become president.
Oh, they can't be made. Let me see your hand up. You raise your hands up. Look at that thing, I won't be president. Coco won't become president. You can't agree, you can't become president, yo. All the champion people, you raise your hand up. Oh, become president. I say Lala, become president. Mr. Timo, you see, want to become president. Kuba, you see, say want to become president. Loka, you then you say become president. After Bame want to become president. After Bame you want to become president. They can be the lesu become president. I say, people, raise your hands. Let me see the registration people. Sunday, where you at? Budini, you see myself want to become president. Sunday, said you see want to become president. And then Charlie.
Basiki kone yenge we ma yenge basiki kone yenge we ma yenge basiki kone yenge we ma yenge basiki kone yenge koko ni mborobote basiki kone la ka koko ngamborobo bela kauye tola ma koko ngamborobo bela kauye mondu ma koko ngamborobo bela kauye baraka de koko ngamborobo majeme diana de koko ngamborobo koko ngambulubo mafanda numoche koko ngambulubo mbafose badembe koko ngambulubo mbalayi badembe koko ngambulubo yenge we ma yenge basiki kone 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 yenge. Yenge
light up the earth, you light up my life. The only one I ever see with a smile so bright. Hey, and just yesterday, you came around my way. You changed my horse in way with your astonishing beauty. Oh, you couldn't make a brother sing. No ordinary thing, a supernatural being. And no, you are brighter than the moon, brighter than the star. I love you just the way you are. And you are my African queen, the girl of my dreams. You take me where I never been, yeah. You make my heart go ting-a-ling-a-ling. Oh, you are my African queen, the girl of my dreams. And you remind me of a thing, and that is the African beauty. Yeah, yeah. Ooh, you are my African queen. Oh, Lord, ooh, Lord. Out of a million, you stand as one, they are standing one. I look into your eyes, girl, what I see is paradise. Hey, you captivated my soul. Now every day I want you more. I cannot deny this feeling I'm feeling inside. Hey, no one cannot take your place, you cannot take your space. That is a fact I cannot erase. And no, you are the one that makes me smile, make me float like a boat upon the Nile. Girl, you are my African queen, the girl of my dreams. You take me where I never been. You make my heart go ting-a-ling-a-ling. Yeah, you are my African queen, the girl of my dreams. And you remind me of a thing, and that is the African beauty. Oh, oh, yeah, yeah. Ooh, you are my African queen, and I know, oh yes I know. You are my African queen, and I know. See I know what I am feeling in my heart and in my soul. Oh, I know that it's His love, and I know that this love was surely sent from up above. Cause you're the only one that I think of. You are my African queen, and I know that it means that you're the only one that I will serve. I'll give you my heart, my love, my body and my money. Every other thing you think of. In a man who could think of anything better than you, who could think of ever hurting you. Sacrifice my all, I'll give it all to you. You are my African queen, for real. You are my African queen, the girl of my dream, the girl of my dream. Where I never been. Oh, nah, nah, yeah. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. Oh, lolly. You are my African queen. You are my African queen, the girl of my dream, my African. You remind me of a thing. Oh, that is the African. So black, so beautiful. I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you. Munyemo, I love you, I love you, I love you. Munyemo, I love you, I love you. Oh yeah, my African
boy, you heard back again. DJ Manny, fresh, 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 fresh. Yeah, fresh, 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 fresh.
Liberia is crying out. No matter who lose,
Liberia still crying. No matter who's right, they've gotta stop the fight. No matter who's wrong, the devil's still stronger. We want peace in Liberia, peace in Monrovia. We want peace in Liberia, peace in Monrovia. And Babylon shall not rise again. Babylon shall not rise again. Oh, Babylon shall not stand again. Babylon shall not stand again. Calling on Jesus Christ to save I and I. We calling on Jesus Christ to save I and I. We calling on Allah to save I and I. We calling Adonai, save I and I. Ale surukulogo, mama we need to my love. Surukuloni, mama we need to my love. Ale surukulogo, mama we need to my love. Surukuloni, mama we need to my love. When you man just sitting more, you know what I can do.
Elle s'appelle bien Suna Kuyate. Yiri Wombo. Attention, monsieur Shérif. Depuis Atlanta. Mayaba Shérif Mila Munekoro. Shérif Ibolo. Kadia Tibi Mirimumba. Aja Shérif Mila Munekama Shérif Yaïdiledi. Ouais, moi-même. Elle a Jadama Shérif. Jomon Thomas. Mohamed Bolokada Shérif. Hein? Ko Shérif ou Boloma. Ouais. Il y a une conséquence. Eh ben, il n'a qu'un aide alors. Chéri photographe. Il n'a qu'un chez photographe. Il y a les. Alana ou les sebelima. Et qui dit c'est voilà. Ouais. Eh, maintenant qu'on est woloté. Adama Chéri Foudjeli. Ibi Mirla Munekoma. Milite du Yaban. Sop. Si c'est Wanita Matamala. Wona de Wanita Matamala. Bibi Yakacho. Aya Bela Joligo. Si c'est Unuka. Si c'est Banade Unuka Tamasia. Et alors? Wona de Wanita Matamala. Pacho. Aya Bela Joligo. Sege Unuka. Sege Nade Unuka Yasia. Ouais, Mayaba, c'est toujours comme ça. Ouais, Afrique Music. Ça s'appelle bien sûr Yiri Wombo. Et là, Jadama Shérif, c'est comme ça que ça se passe de fois avec DJ Pop. Depuis la discothèque africaine, Universal Discothèque, Zéré Corée. Pas fait son nom pour Méloman, pour tout le monde. En ensemble. Eh, Shérif photographe. Nati Kadi Alanye. Atibi c'est qui est Sénégal allait. Mais Anna photographie allait c'est Belima. Dia Omade. Nati Kadi Alanye. Atibi qui est président. Mais photographie allait c'est Belima. Atlanta kono, Amérique kono. Dia Oma. Yelimania Alama. Attention, Nakuyate, bien sûr, l'avant-dernier dépôt musical. Sherifoula Kaousila Bonaloulema. Mobaya Sila Obonaloulema. Lambetia Sila Obonaloulema. Woditia Sila Obonaloulema. Kumakanduma Sila Obonaloulema. Limania Sila. Fanny Brebresson Sila. Barabresson Sila. Horoya Sila. Oboni Sherifoulema. Sila Boni Lema Sherif. Sila Korofirite Mayaba. Adama Shérif. Mohamed Shérif. Attention, Matene Kondé, Sila Boni Lelema. Un Wolona Bere. Sila Korofirite, Sila Bonalou le Mate. Shérifoula Slala. Shérifoula Slawe Boa Momima. Gina Ouassi Abe Bouye. Lui City Oule. C'est Fati ou. Eroti ou. Franguinenti ou. Liritiu, les botetiu, les co. Ciao, te crene de. Sheriff Oube Atlanta Tchebe dans Barabre Sarofro. Parce que photo taben a crime salé maïno. Si là on a l'élément, photo ta si là, ou on a l'élément de. Si la te boit la danga de nye de si la grand yerenya beli si la te boit wonye danga de si la te boit wonye si a boit jenenye dawude momi soba kumakama momi soba da balama si a boit ton sherifu lema Sheriff photographe, si a bon idée les mains, Amérique, si la conférité, aïe, Mayaba Sheriff.
Temeyo nitanambe se fait avoir.
Attention, il s'appelle
Ça fait mal.
Fodé Barro Junior, l'agitateur de la Sigmanina pour boucler les portes et fenêtres de cette ambiance de dédicace. Je fais avoir.
Ça fait mal.
Plus mal que ça, chérie.
Plus mal que ça, mais
Niraba Madi.
Naraba Madi, nitanambe. Oui.
Attention, monsieur shérif photographe, l'incontestable photographe, l'incontournable photographe, l'intouchable photographe, l'infatigable photographe, l'homme au comportement spécial, idéal, maximal, génial, avec un avance spatial, de façon internationale, shérif photographe, toujours fantastique, toujours dynamique, toujours symbolique, toujours énigmatique, toujours diabolique. Ah oui, depuis Atlanta, l'espoir de shérif Foula.
Senyomane imeto imilia monyomadu ina maderikana moikana
ouais Mayaba Dianye meini sherifute bi. Deri meini sherifute. Ya lokofe bana leme. Arabade ya tebana. Moni nyonte. Jama besi ni kanya beluma. Ekana so ituluma lola nafikana. Nafikani kaninduma sa di furuduma sa. Tinya sono. Tiens. Attends, chérie, là. J'ai le plaisir a été pour moi de vous servir depuis la discothèque Africa numéro 0 Corée Universal Discothèque. DJ Bob vous a servi, merci à chérie.
Décalé au côté. Décalé au côté, t'as mis le the best thing about it. Because picking Sherry will be open as a market. I can we appoint to you.
Musa, get out of the boat. Don't come right here. Yeah. The first ball, man. The first ball. Oh, wow. Why you want first ball? Get out! Hey, especially the whole team. No, go back. Kick. That's all right. Hey, back up again. Bola fẹ́. Let's go.
Hey, we gotta go. We gotta keep this.
I set the record. Triple champion. This is a triple champion. The Felix.
Let's go, man. Hold on, camera discharge. Come on. Hey, your way. Okay. She telling me that for you now. The Queen, put on the website. The Queen on, man.
Oh, yes.
Oh, what can they do? Go ahead. What's up?
Say
are going to wait till people dance here on
so you must see the fact check on your phone. No, not video that. More than use a moment was you for meaning at the Bishop Hotel, to the Hotel, Obama Hotel. They are doing. So. I like Posela Kan. I like Posela Kan. Inshallah, Congress over the morning. Sending up to Congress over more Bello, more Diego, more Mayor of time. For those who are paying on I want to thank everybody for a successful convention. I want to particularly thank everybody that contributed to the Felmausa Scholarship Fund. I think the education of our daughters and our sons, it is very crucial. And I want to take this time to thank my wife. Martha, can you please stand up? Martha contributed $5 to our scholarship institute. And we cannot thank God. I want to tell you something. More Sugar Minneapolis, or City Council, or more Felmausa more than 10, no cananta sukunero karma convention ke yao the city of Minneapolis una monitor wa la kajira for the campo who confess over the local. So I told you about this selling not the so even that time so I want to thank you all for a successful convention and thank you God bless and the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Alright, DJ, go up, please.
Just as the president said, when you educate a woman, you educate a nation. So I want to give thanks to everybody who contributed to that fund. Even though I'm now Mandingo, but it's a great people in our nation. So when you contribute, I will say thank you very much and keep up your good work.
Nous
got a female staying the floor tonight. But I want to send a special shout out to other ladies on the floor. But tonight is all about you. You know what I'm saying? You can send a special shout out to the man, DJ Felmausa right here.
Don't
Representing the better generation, give them more fire, no
Established on the mic and still rock on the dance floor blazing, girls and clapping, I feel me chilling, but on the pussy man, I could the killer, my bitch in the game. Sit here for friends, spin the moon fire, turn the clap on the white, flash the lights out, and blaze your Macambo. Just give a lay back, dance like Gambo. Boots on city of light. I don't start this game, but still all inside. Speed the front on the street to get code. Not way we change the style and by cool. It is not for grab, it says what was sad. You can get a feel with traffic, get a pill. If I was the beat, but still the guy will.